Hi, welcome on the stream, and today I'm gonna continue with Zigbee, of course, with this thing that's dying pretty quickly, and I was thinking that maybe when I'm entering sleep, the Zigbee stack is like not stopping properly and like I don't know, stopping abruptly or something like that, and maybe I should call Zigbee stop before each entering of the light sleep, and then start when it stops sleeping, when it gets interrupted. So that's kind of my last hope, unless there is also something else in here. I will have to just read through all the functions later, but for now let's remove this. Uncomment this, and this would be Zigbee stop. And then Zigbee start in here, because this will be executed after it leaves the sleep, I think. Start RT. Something like this. Do they specify anything in here that it needs some time or something like that? Set timeout for network operation when idle. Start the Zigbee stack again if it was stopped by calling stop. And stops the Zigbee stack this can be used after calling begin to stop Zigbee stack. Usage example is to save power or when you need radio to be available for other tasks. Okay, so let's try that. Maybe this will help. CD. And connect. Is this correct? Yeah. What is this? Updates available for some of your ports? Sure. I think that's everything. Well, it's not interrupting anymore in here, but whatever. Check buttons. This delay is also not needed. I can clean everything up later. Okay, now upload. And also CD this and PM start. Hello, Eastside. I'm still trying a couple more things, and I added Zigbee stop before it enters the sleep and Zigbee start after it leaves the sleep. So maybe that will help. Maybe that will magically make it work. What is this? I'm pretty sure it's supposed to be correct. No? Wait, did it compile before? I clicked update the libraries or something, update the boards, and I'm pretty sure it did compile before, and now it doesn't. That's not good. Can I maybe just remove this this entire Arduino thing? Here, Arduino. Yeah, let's remove this. And then I guess it will just re-download everything. What is this? Here. Platform 1 not installed. Not here. ESP32 install. So the previous version was 3.3.2, I think. So if this doesn't work, then I can just try to use the previous one. Did you try shooting it yet? Maybe it will work. I don't have any kind of shooting device. I can hit it with a hammer, but I'm not sure if it will work as well. Seriously. I don't want any shooting device. They are expensive. Have you ever shot a gun? Like a real actual gun? No. I think that how they are called? Pneumatic guns? Maybe. Like that I did shoot a couple of times in my life. Okay, doesn't compile now. I think they are called pneumatic guns, but I'm not sure. Okay, this doesn't compile. Let's try to downgrade that. Ah. Why does it make sound? Oh, personalize, reject everything. What a terrible website. Air rifle. At least this website claims it's an air rifle. Okay, does it work now? Beyond. Is it the same thing? This still doesn't compile? I'm pretty sure I did already compile that, and it compiled successfully. Zigbee binary undefined. Logs in here are quite horrible. Why doesn't it display in here? It should display in here. Unless it does. I don't see anything. Okay, undefined reference to this thing. Remove. I could probably also comment that and comment that, because this I already tried, so there shouldn't be anything that's new, and that would cause it to not to compile. Okay, verify. Maybe I have to remove cache. Cache Arduino. Cache Arduino. Remove entire Arduino. It's currently on 10 stream streak. It took quite a long time. Looks like 10 minutes. You have to be you have to be in here for 10 minutes for it to consider you as being on stream. Okay, this still doesn't compile. And nothing in here has changed since last time. Maybe I have to close that, open Arduino again. ESP. Okay, this should be fine. And also preferences. This is also correct. Okay, everything is definitely as it was. Verify. Scratch. What's in here? Arduino packages. Zigbee sleep enable. Undefined reference to Zigbee sleep enable. What am I doing? Am I writing something? Was I writing something? Because of course I intuitively wanted to move with J and K. Inno here. Let's see. Sleep enable. Let's remove this. Now compile. Still nothing. What is this project for again? For a portable kind of remote controller, because I want to have some kind of portable device with buttons. Not for weather station. Just a remote controller for the computer. Basically, I want to have some kind of portable device that I could have attached to me. Basically, I don't think even in a pocket, just like hanging somewhere in here. And then I could like press button in here, and like main purpose for that was to start creating a voice note, because like when I'm doing something, some kind of physical activity like woodworking, tailoring or something, I often want to make a voice note, or I'm supposed to make a voice note to remember what I want to say, or when there is an important part for later video, for some kind of time lapse or something. And yeah, I want to have a portable button for creating voice notes and stopping voice notes, and probably also some other just quick actions like muting the microphone, for example, and maybe switching the scene to be right back and stuff like that. So yeah, basically just a remote controller for my computer. And yeah, what's the problem in here again? Set no descriptor. It is 3.2, so that should be correct. Undefined reference. Maybe there is some problem with the fact that this updated. Maybe like something is already updated and this ESP32 is not updated, so it's referencing stuff that that doesn't exist anymore, some packages that don't exist anymore. Is something happening? Do I click in here? Install all? Okay, already installed. Compile again. Maybe not. Now this will work. I'm not full of hosts anyway anymore. Okay, copy error messages. Cache Arduino sketches. I don't want cache. Cache Arduino remove. Is there any other Arduino? Arduino? No. Verify again. Okay, so this is probably the current version, current cached version. Undefined reference, ESP32-C6, BDB set scan duration. Are there any examples for sketch? Where are examples in Arduino? Tools? Examples. Where is Zigbee? Zigbee. Temp humidity sensor sleepy. So this is with deep sleep. It didn't open. What happened? Examples. Okay, now it opened. Does it compile? No. Oh, right. Maybe I didn't set this in here. Oh, Zigbee mode disabled. Verify. So maybe that was the problem? It got messed up after updating. If so, then it's definitely a problem with Arduino. There should be that, I think. This is fine. So yeah, remove or close Eno. This can stay in here. And let's uncomment this, uncomment this, uncomment, not remove. Add starting soon. Then let's try to upload that. It should be sleeping. Does it work? No. What happens if I put this in here? And also, maybe it should have some time. Delay, let's say 1 second. Still nothing. What else? Start, stop. Maybe I do have to do begin again. Coordinator only, so that I don't care about. Set radio config. Zigbee radio config T. Zigbee get radio config. I would like to actually display this in here. Serial print ln Zigbee dot this Zigbee what's now? Probably the argument doesn't match. No matching function to call. Okay, any more information about this this thing, ESP Zigbee radio config T? Host configuration structure. There, that's not gonna say anything about this. About EP here, Zigbee library structure. No. And that's it. ESP Zigbee radio config T. There is nothing like that in here. Is this the same page I was looking at? Structures. What was that again? ESP Zigbee radio config. ESP Zigbee and that's it. There is nothing like that in here. Okay, Arduino, this packages, ESP32, libraries, Zigbee, source, here, search failed, maybe set radio, nothing like that in here, Zigbee core maybe, okay, now is this defined in here? No. Config T. Config T. Maybe Zigbee types. Is there types? What else? Zigbee handlers? There's nothing like that in here. Core EP? I don't think it would be in EP. Yeah. Zigbee H, Zigbee core. Let's try in here again. Nothing. Where is it defined? It looks like it's not in here at all. Yeah, radio config. This is an argument. This is also a function. Argument, function. What is this? Just some kind of stuff. Where is that? Zigbee gateway. Libraries, examples, Zigbee gateway. Gateway. What is this? Nothing special. Zigbee default UART RCP radio config. What is this? Just one occurrence? How is your grandmother doing now that she's been home for a bit? It's fine. She's getting better at walking. Now she walks by herself around the floor. You know, like as an apartment, I guess. Because earlier, like right after she came from the hospital, she was always calling either me or my father to like attend her basically when she was walking to the bathroom, so that she wouldn't fall and stuff. And now she's like she's still of course using the walker to walk around, but now she's walking by herself. And also the scar, all of the stuff around all of the surgeries seem quite good. Like she of course complains that it's so bad and stuff like that. But when other people look at it, they all pretty much say it looks completely fine. Like it looks like. All of the surgeries and stuff were a couple of years ago, not a couple of months ago. Okay, so I don't know what that is. Tell her we are reading for her? Okay. Although she probably would have trouble understanding who are those people from the internet. What am I talking about? Anyway, ESP... Like, where would that be defined? Can I maybe copy that? Oh, I know. I will open this, open examples, Zigbee. Where is this gateway? Gateway. And configuration. Config. Okay, here. What that is? What? Where is that defined? Type alias ESP Zigbee radio config T. Where is the location of that? Can you just delete it all and start over with just the thing you want to do? You wanted to do? But it's just the thing I wanted to do the entire time. So I don't know what would I supposed to be deleting. It is already very minimal. It's not in here, you know. It is already very minimal. It only does the thing I want to do, and it just sending the button presses. And it works, but the problem is that when I try to put it to sleep, so like power it half, power it down so that it conserves energy. When it's entering sleep or when it's exiting sleep, it doesn't work anymore. So that's my problem. I need it to work after it exits the light sleep start. because like sleep is quite useless if it doesn't work after the sleep. And I definitely need sleeping because otherwise it drains battery like crazy. Well, I could try to do the Zigbee stop, like without any sleeping, just do Zigbee stop and only do Zigbee start, start the Zigbee start stack on the interrupt. It still wouldn't be very fast, I think, wouldn't be very fast. But maybe it, not really fast, it still wouldn't be very energy efficient, very long lasting, but like maybe it would be better. Did you try hitting it or over and over on the table? Not really, but I think I want to wait for that. Maybe I can make it work with a bit more sophisticated methods first. Zigbee configuration. Why doesn't it like give you the location? Where is it defined? It's importing Zigbee. It's definitely not in Wi-Fi. This wouldn't make sense. ESP, SNTP. Maybe I missed something. Something in here. And yeah, just Zigbee. What is it including? Zigbee types, and Zigbee types doesn't have what I want, I think. Types. Yeah, it's not very long. Electronics are great for that, it always works on our old TVs. Stuff like that can work when there is more of a mechanical problem, like something some cold joint, for example, and it like kind of connects, but not quite. Then if you hit it, it does connect for at least a short period of time, and it does work normally. Also with CD drives or DVD drives in computers, now they are pretty much obsolete, but when they were a thing still, and when they were quite old, relatively old, that they wouldn't work very well anymore, you could actually, like I was always doing that, and this time it worked. I'm quite surprised. Okay, and we are back. The light is back. That surprised me, and I forgot what I was talking about. Yeah, CD drives. I used to always do it, but I had a fairly old CD drive. It didn't work very well anymore, so I like clicked the eject button to eject this CD tray, and I wait for a specific sound because you know there is this motor sound, and you can hear that it kind of struggles. And when there was this specific sound, this like the first second of struggling or something like that, I would hit it very hard. I would hit the computer case very hard from the top, and it opened. and it worked pretty much every time. And then I was also doing this a couple of times at my school, at the technical school for like IT technicians, and my teacher didn't like that very much. But it was functional. Yeah, but it was a mechanical problem. There is not a lot of mechanics in here. Like, I'm pretty sure my problem is not mechanical. What is this? Zigbee command discover. Yeah, looks useless. What is this? ESP Zigbee core. Include ESP Zigbee core. Maybe cores. ESP Zigbee. There is no Zigbee. Maybe apps. Okay, looks like nothing useful in here. How about tools? Also nothing. C6. Pins. Variant. This is also useless. What is this? Init variant, digital write, Wi-Fi enable, low. Anything else? Platform. Maybe kconfig. Then this was config. Radio config. There is no radio in here. Default radio. RCP radio config. Okay, types. So this is importing ESP Zigbee core from somewhere. It's not in here. Definitely not in here. Handlers. Not examples. ESP32 source, no. Radio again. Zigbee core. I want this. Okay, now we are getting somewhere. Radio mode, Zigbee radio mode URT. Zigbee default router config, default ED config. To be honest, this is way up my pay grade. I hardly get what you're doing. You're just a rock guy. To be honest, I also can hardly tell what I'm doing. I only know that I'm failing. EP Zigbee roll. Ad starting soon. Maybe I should copy that EP Zigbee roll and then I could modify it to maybe possibly turn on these light sleep. I think it was supposed to be turned on in something like this. Projects. That's not it. Power management, maybe. Sleep modes. Maybe that's it. Maybe that's not it. How about this? Core API, ESP Zigbee SDK, latest documentation. Sleep. No. Also not in here, I think. Though it should be specified in here, I'm pretty sure. If I have to modify the config in any way. Deep sleep and light sleep modes, wireless peripherals are powered down before entering deep sleep or light sleep modes. Application must disable Wi-Fi and Bluetooth using appropriate calls. ESP Wi-Fi stop. Maybe I have to wait? How about waiting? Let's wait for a bit after Zigbee stop. Delay of 1 second. What is this? This is gateway, and this is my verify. Oh, what is the... Oh, right. That didn't work. Oh, right. I have to actually wake it up. Does it do anything? No. In light sleep, if you set the config option, power down peripheral and light sleep. Okay, I'm not setting anything, so I don't care about that. Your wake up. Yeah, looks like they are not saying anything about the configuration. Entering sleep. And this is ESP32-C6. I don't want to look into that yet. Power management. Configuration. Config PM enable. I don't think I need that. Is there anything else in here? Power management. Yeah, I would expect that something would be in power management. But looks like it's not. Factory reset. Okay, nothing in here. Can I access stuff from here? Let's say I would copy that. And in setup, oh, can I maybe do like something like this? I don't know if that works. Verify. No. No. How about this? Still not? No member. Okay, looks like this entire thing just won't work. ESP PM configure. And there is no ESP PM, right? ESP PM. Yeah, no ESP PM. And of course, I intuitively, I automatically press escape each time I'm done with writing. So yeah, this would have to be, a light sleep enable would have to be an ESP PM config T, not radio config. So that won't help. Okay, one last idea, one last hope is to just do begin each time. Zigbee begin. And I would also have to do this. Then check buttons, I don't need that anymore. Where was that 1 second of delay? Did I already remove that? Right. Again. It still doesn't work. Honestly, I didn't expect that it won't work. Oh, that's not good. Connecting to network. What is that? Has already initialized. Okay, maybe not in here. Maybe delete this from here and paste it in here. Okay, looks like now it kind of works, but when it goes to sleep, it takes a long time to actually initialize and connect. So yeah, it was saying before there was an error saying that that Zigbee was already initialized when this section was in here. So it was getting executed each loop, and in here when it's in here after sleeping, it doesn't give this error, so that would suggest that it like de-initializes. I don't know, will that work? Start. That probably won't work if it de-initializes. Entering sleep. It's a lot of interrupts in here. Oh, I see. Okay, delay in here is needed after all. Delay. Or maybe I could uncomment this, and add button change in here equals true, and then add interrupts. Did it enter sleep? It probably did because it's not doing anything. Okay, so now it's not sleeping anymore. And in here, Zigbee on start. So now I'm just stopping and starting again. That should like kind of that should improve the battery a bit, but I don't think it will be a huge difference. Or maybe it will be a huge difference, but I don't think it will be. I think it still won't be good enough. Upload. What? Now it doesn't want to upload at all. Ooh. So I have a problem. Did not accept focus after 2 seconds. I have a problem. Wait. No, last wake up millis. So that should be fine. Any change? Okay, I should be able to just restart this. So now it's working perfectly, it's perfect and power hungry. So what fixed it? It's not fixed. It still doesn't work how I want it to work. It's still not sleeping. It's just sending the stuff messages. Now I'm just stopping the Zigbee stack and then starting it again on button change. Why does it need that? For battery purposes, for power saving purposes. Because right now the battery, that built-in battery, well, built-in by me, that battery would last for, I don't know, like half an hour maybe. And I don't want, that's definitely not feasible to have a remote controller that lasts for half an hour. So sleeping with microcontrollers is basically just going into special state of conserving power, like turning down the clock frequency, or maybe just turning off CPU entirely and different stuff like that. Turning off the wireless communication, all the peripherals. And I have a problem that after it leaves this state, after it wakes up, and the Zigbee still doesn't work. And I need Zigbee because I'm communicating with Zigbee. So without Zigbee, this device is quite useless. And ad starting soon. I should try stop. Is there any kind of Zigbee stopped? Oh, excuse me. Okay, I have to go home for just a minute, so be right back for a bit longer. Okay, I'm back. And what was I? Right, start and stop. Is there a function for checking if it started? Started. Started connected. Zigbee stack is running. Okay, so here I want serial print ln Zigbee started and I think it's still a bit warm, although that can also be just from the battery charging. And I still want to flash the new stuff. Okay, and it's just flooding with zeros, so that's not that good. Oh, and is it stopping it, like, is it stopping each clock cycle? Maybe I should add some flag. Parentheses in here. And Zigbee started. This, one more. Okay. And Zigbee started. Then in here I also want to actually add that bool. Maybe here. Bool Zigbee. Actually, camel case. Is that camel case or however that was called? Or no, camel case is with underscores. This is something case. Zigbee started equals false for now. And then in here, this would be Zigbee started equals true. Zigbee stop, Zigbee started equals true. Zigbee started equals false. So we'll see how that goes now. Now it is quite warm. I don't know if this will stay warm. And let's see in here. Are there any other useful examples? Wait, what is this? Yeah, this is the gateway. Don't save. Examples. Is there something about turning off, powering down the Wi-Fi? Why is it getting stuck like that? It's horrible. I want platform IO. Okay, I will just look at the files. Files. Where will be files? Here. Examples. Zigbee. Looks like, I think, it's doing everything the same. Application input on change, begin. Okay, everything looks the same. Is there anything else useful? Unlock read, camera, nothing about sleep, reset reason, deep sleep, how about light sleep? Deep sleep start. It feels like Arduino is supporting only deep sleep. Like they don't consider that you can do something else than deep sleep. And it looks like waking up from deep sleep is too slow. Like it would be fine for things like things. For things like some kind of temperature sensor and stuff like that, but for a remote, it's too slow. It would be too unresponsive. Looks like this one is not sleeping at all. So yeah, probably only this one implements some sort of sleep, and it's a deep sleep. And it is I think the most understandable for temperature sensor, because for temperature sensor you don't really care that much if there is some sort of delay. It would be a big issue with like motion sensor, because you would walk like let's say you have your light turned on by motion sensor, and you would walk into the room, and the motion sensor would start sensing only after a couple of seconds. What is this? On response, on global response. What is multi-switch? This example demonstrates how to configure device as multi-switch controller that can control. So controller, they mean coordinator, 3 different Zigbee lights independently in either coordinator or router mode. Okay. To see all logs from Zigbee stack, tool core debug level verbose. Maybe I do want this to... Where was that? Optional, set debug level to verbose to see all logs from Zigbee stack. Core debug level. Core debug level. Verbose. And where would they be outputted? Also, how is the battery? It was at 60 something, and still at 60 something. Though it does still seem quite warm. And what is happening now? Oh, and here, okay. Okay, with verbose config, with verbose debug stuff, it doesn't work before setup ends. Okay, Zigbee stack stopped. That seems good. And stopped again. Stopped here. Press. Okay, here stopped, started, setting binary to 0, setting binary to 1. Received the default response received for endpoint 11. Success. Okay. What, like, with that, what happens, Ino, not this Ino, this Ino, what happens if I still do light sleep? Okay, Zigbee stack stopped. So now it entered the sleep, light sleep. And yeah, it's not doing anything this time. No like default response or anything like that. And here there was a received default response received from endpoint this, status success, and so on. And here there is nothing. And it's stopping immediately. Why is it stopping immediately? It's also not checking anything in here. Not checking the buttons. Maybe I have to wait. Let's say in here. I don't know if that would help. It's doing something only when I release the button. Interrupt low level. Should this be high level? Okay, this won't work. I have to click this and then press reset. Very precise timing. Okay, serial monitor stopped. It's not, and now it's not reacting at all. So yeah, low level was correct. And it's reacting only when I release the button. I don't think that before it was reacting only when I released the button. Maybe I have to wait a bit in here. The delay 200. Still nothing. Setting binary to 0. 0, 0, 0, 0. I think that before, like on the first try, or maybe in here, without this, without any sleeping, I think it was first setting it to... No, never mind, that's not correct. Like I was thinking that maybe it was setting it first to 0 and then on the next iteration to 1, but no. I'm out of ideas again. button change, delay. How about full second? Maybe those interrupts are messing something up. Let's deactivate that. Oh, this I think can stay. And then in here, oh, it can stay like that. Stack stopped. Okay, what is this? Setting binary input to 1. Successful set. Updated, reported. And looks like nothing actually changed. Okay, back to this approach without any skipping. Stopped. That's a lot of stuff. Receive default response, receive default response. A lot of default responses. Maybe the problem is that I'm not waiting for all of that. Or maybe not. Is there something like busy? No. And that's it. So yeah, I don't think I will learn anything else from this. Battery device not working, ensure proper power source configuration. So I was thinking that kind of as a last resort, I can look for new buttons like two pole, double throw switches, and then apart from connecting each switch to to their designated pin for like actually checking which button is pressed. I could also run the second switch to one pin, one of those RTC pins, and then I could use that for waking the microcontroller up from deep sleep, and I would be using deep sleep. But after some testing today, I don't think using deep sleep is a feasible choice because it's too slow. Reinitializing everything back is too slow. There would be too much of a delay. Okay, so now it does work, and instead of doing any sort of deep sleep or light sleep or sleep at all, I'm just stopping Zigbee stack. So I don't know if that will help. If that will help. If that will help a lot. I guess I will have to just leave that for a bit and see how the battery behaves. I'm expecting that it probably won't last until tomorrow, sadly. So the different switches as a last resort won't really work. So a second last resort was to to learn how to use IDF, ESP-IDF, and write the entire thing in a completely different framework. And I have no idea how that different framework works. Enabled, build. This probably doesn't even build. Oh, it does, okay. So yeah, this does build, after all. And I guess if this won't be sufficient, then I will have to actually learn how all of that works. It seems super overexpressive. Unless it's actually defining stuff that doesn't really need to be defined, because it's just serving as an example. Like sometimes even Arduino code can be like that. It has a lot of useless stuff. Zigbee button handler. What is it actually doing? This example, unless required, yeah, there is a component. There is no description, because of course there isn't. Power save. Zigbee sleep enable. Task create, Zigbee task, Zigbee main, sleep init, light on create, ESP Zigbee start with false. And then stack main loop. Okay, what else is in here? Zigbee action. Attribute handler, light state. Light set to on or off. So yeah, if Arduino Sketch won't work, or won't work good enough, then I will have to actually look into this. This is over 200 lines. Okay, that I can leave for later. And maybe, what's the time? I have 3 hours. Maybe I could like consider that kind of done, and then design or design a tool, or make a tool. Can I actually make the? I want to make a tool for rewinding the filament with some kind of hand crank instead of just rotating it in the hand, because I definitely need to rewind this, it did help for this little bit that I already rewound, but it's not perfect because I didn't rewind it perfectly. So yeah, I will have to first of all do it again, and then also take care of the rest of that spool, because it's still like at least 60% full. Actually more than 60, more like 80. So yeah, I will have to take care of the rest of that, and I want something to actually rotate the spool. I would need some kind of cones. Like if I have spool like this, then I would need some kind of cone to actually fill this this entire hole, because if I try to put some kind of stick. Do I have some kind of stick? I should. Like, I'm pretty sure I had one just yesterday. Oh, here. If I put just a normal stick, just a normal dowel into here, then it won't really work. Like, it would be fine to just rotate it. Like, it would be fine to unwind this. Maybe it wouldn't be exactly fine. It would be fine for unwinding this. For just pulling this filament, but if I want to rotate this the opposite way, it's kind of awkward. I think this would be kind of overcomplicated. So I need some way to hold hold the dowel, or maybe some kind of rod in the middle. So I need cones like that, I think, so that they would adjust to the they would squeeze this this spool. And yeah, and how I actually want to rotate that. Like, I guess if I had some kind of threaded rod, let's say on the other side there would also be this kind of cone, and if I had a threaded rod that would go in the middle, then I could put a nut in here, and then do some kind of holding stuff, like basically just a wooden board, maybe with a cutout in here and in here, and then like this would be basically coupled. This threaded rod would be basically coupled with the spool, because it would be squeezed with the nuts. So I would be able to just make a hand crank in here at the end of that rod. The other way of doing that, of dealing with that, is to actually use one of those holes, because there are smaller holes around. And also on this other spool that I was using yesterday, there are 2 holes also. Like, there are 6, and on the other one there are two of them, so I could use those and like have basically some kind of a dowel or something, some kind of a dowel that would go in here into that hole, so it would be locked, and then I would have a hand crank like this. But then I have a problem, like how am I gonna attach this? Because it can't just float in the middle. I guess if this side was long enough, then I would be able to do one support in here and the other one somewhere in here, and this side would be just floating normally in the air. But that seems quite awkward. That seems not... it seems that it isn't a very good solution. So I think I would like to make this with the hand crank at the end, but then I definitely need a threaded rod for that. And where would I get a threaded rod? I only have some brass in here, like some brass rod. And like this could technically work for or maybe I could actually 3D print this, the entire thing. Like the brass, I think this brass rod would technically be like stiff enough, strong enough to hold the spool, but it's not threaded, and I don't really want to thread this. I don't think I have any kind of pre-threaded rod. And 3D printing the entire thing would take quite a lot of material, so I also don't want to do this. I have no idea what would be the solution now. Like, is there maybe... is there maybe some kind of some kind of already designed filament winder? What is this? Yeah, this also seems to have a hole. Like, are those holes standardized or something? That's definitely not something I want. I guess I could modify that. Bearings? Like, wait, are those 3D printed bearings? Okay, it doesn't seem like there is something exactly like there is something exactly what I want. So, how to solve that? What to do? I don't know what to do. I don't really have a sufficient stick. I even have multiple of those dowels. That one is even longer. What if I somehow used this? No, this wouldn't really work. Oh, yeah, I don't know. I don't think I can do this out of stuff I have currently in here. So, remove this again. Maybe I would actually learn this IDF. I will actually learn how this works because I don't really have anything else to do. How a piece of wood got into my mouth? Okay. I will just have to continue with that. Continue analyzing that, or actually start analyzing that, and yeah, I will do that after a bathroom break. So be right back. Okay, I'm back, and now the plan is to actually learn how ESP IDF works. And is there some kind of tutorial here? UC programming. Let's do ESP IDF. This can stay. This I don't need. I don't need. This is Arduino. This is ESP Zigbee SDK. This I also don't need. This is ESP IDF programming guide, so this can stay. Sleep mouse. I can leave only one. Okay, programming guide. Get started, I guess. Introduction. Multi-flow energy, multi-peripherals. ESP32-C6 board. It's a good thing that I do actually have ESP32-C6, because everything seems to be made for that board. To start using ESP IDF, ESP32-C6, install following software. I don't think I need all of that. Installation. How to actually write the software. First project. Some kind of guide. Switch between languages. What is this? Oh, programming guide is available in 2 languages. Libraries, framework, migration guides. That I don't need. API reference. This is too complicated for now. Like I would like some kind of super easy example. Most basic, as basic as it can be. Technical reference, no. User forum, trip comparison. Resources, third party, platform.io, but why platform.io? Maybe I will leave that. And nothing else. Okay. ESP IDF guide. And what's in here? Why platform.io? What is platform.io? Embedded, installation, configuration, tutorial, configuring. How to include those configs? An optional kconfig defines the component configuration can be set via menu config. What is this? Configure project fresh. Can be set in your SDK config defaults. Okay, so looks like this is the way I'm supposed to modify the SDK config. Just put this in SDK config defaults, because like this automatically generated SDK config something something, this is automatically regenerated each time, so it can't be modified. Secure bootloader. Yeah, this is still warm. It shouldn't be warm. It suggests that it's draining the battery, and it is draining the battery. Oh, new follower, thank you for the follow. And looks like it says it reached the goal of 160, but on the dashboard it says that it's still, oh, now it updated to 160. So yeah, this is quite terrible. It dropped basically by 20%. I think 20%. It's not like really that accurate, but it dropped by I think 0.2 of a volt to 200 millivolts, the battery, within not a lot of time. Can I see something in here? When this was connected last time? Looks like there is no time in here. That's quite sad. But yeah, it wasn't a long time that it was connected. So I think I do actually have to use this ESP IDF. Okay, close this. What else? Tutorials, debugging, unit testing, project analysis. Level intermediate. What is this doing? Soft AP. And the example uses Wi-Fi configuration that you can set via project configuration menu. Init soft AP. What is this? Wi-Fi event handler. Where is Wi-Fi event handler? Is it maybe called by something else? NV flash init. What was that called again? Wi-Fi event handler. Event loop create defaults. Event handler instance register. Wi-Fi event handler. Okay, so this is doing initialize NVS. I don't know what NVS is. NVS flash. Like, is this storage? NVS, no free page. No free pages. Maybe this is storage. Ret. What is ret? Oh, here, ret. Ret is this this function. Return of this function. ESP error check. Like, is the ESP error check for debugging purposes? Logi, log I, tag. What is tag? ESP Wi-Fi mode, Wi-Fi in its soft AP. Okay, maybe it's not that bad. Like this environment, this framework, it is a real bad. I can't talk. It is a little bad, but I think it's manageable. Okay, upload Wi-Fi. Okay, next steps. Integrations. ESP IDF guide, programming guide, maybe this. ESP IDF programming guide. Is this the stuff oh, maybe this is not the stuff I already read? What is that? This is also programming guide? Is this like generic programming guide? Start a project, connect device, configure, build a project. This is not a very good guide. It's not a very good guide when they just hit you straight away with all of the complicated stuff. There is no like hello world. Or in the case of microcontrollers, I guess it would be like controlling LED or like reading buttons. ESP IDF examples. ESP IDF examples. This is from Expressive. Let's see. Bluetooth. What are common components? Nothing. Ethernet get started maybe? Blink, okay. Get started examples, simple code to get started with ESP32 and ISP-IDF. Okay, what is Hello World? Start free RTOS to print Hello World. And let's see in here. 50 lines. Print. Okay, what is this? stdio int types ESP flash. Okay, print hello world. What is this? Print chip information. Chip info, flash size, ESP chip info, and print this config IDF target, chip info cores. F flash. What is F flash? Wait, is it like for clearing the memory? F flash. STD out. CVP reference. For output streams, writes any unwritten data. Okay, it's kind of for clearing the buffer. Restarting now, ESP restart. What is V task delay? I saw this V task multiple times. ESP IDF free RTOS V task code delay. There is no delay in here. Using vtask delete function. What is vtask? Vtask delete, remove task from RTOS, RTOS, time kernel management. RTOS vtask. Vtask start scheduler. Port tick period. What is port tick period? Is it defined somewhere in here? Okay, hello world, how about blink? This is demonstrate how to blink LED by using GPIO driver or using the LED strip library. Open the project configuration menu. Do I have this? ESP IDF? ESP... No. It's taking a long time to clone. Is it that big of a project? Okay, finished. Now I kind of wonder, ESP IDF, how big is that? It's not, I guess it is like moderately big. Anyway, ESP IDF examples. Get started. Blink and readme. Okay, configure the project. Open project configuration menu. Let's do IDF py IDF Is there IDF py in here? No. Main? No. Where is supposed to be this IDF py? Blank? Here maybe? Also not? Is this something like built into this IDF? ESP IDF. IDF PY. Okay, it probably is part of the environment itself. So how to use this on Platform.io? Get started with ISP IDF, debugging, unit testing, project analysis. Setting up the project. How to access this? What was that? Oh, it's not in here. Here. How to access menu config. Menu config. There is no menu config in here. And what menu config actually does? Wi-Fi menu config. Menu config. Start graphical configuration tool. Do I have to use this? What is it actually configuring? LED, blink LED type. Blink LED GPIO. Config blink LED strip. Example configuration choice. Select LED type, normal level controlled LED. Config blink LED GPIO, blue GPIO, blue LED strip. How does that work? Blink LED GPIO. config blink LED GPIO Y. Blink LED strip Y. Not this. This. Blink LED strip. I don't understand this bool GPIO and bool LED strip. Maybe those are different options. What is this called again? kconfig. Is there anything about kconfig? Kconfig? No. And maybe in here, kconfig. Kconfig project build. Okay, kconfig language provides a way to set the default value for configs. Default option, however, it puts. There is a lot of kconfigs. Or kconfig project build files. This is also project build configuration. Okay, that's the entire thing. Configuration file structure and relationships, primary, blah blah blah. ESP config language for configuration of the project. Configuration consists of config options, config IDF target, and their values. Every option has a prefix config to distinguish them from the environment variables. SDK config defaults, user-defined defaults, values for configuration options. Okay, kconfig and kconfig project build configuration options together with their properties and relationships. They also may contain default values for the configuration options. Every component has its own kconfig file. Define configuration options. The only difference between kconfig and the kconfig project build files is where their contents will appear in the configuration interface. Will appear in the component config, and the content will appear in the root window. Default Y. So this is like the main variable. Config. Oh, this is choice. Choice config this bool GPIO. config bool default help, config bool. Is bool just the description? Enable supply drive. Okay, config documentation. Okay, let's look at the documentation description. Menu config choice. What is choice? Entries. Main menu. What is the structure in here? Menu or source. Menu or source and choice. The menu entry is used to group configuration options together. It can contain the same entries as main menu. In contrast to main menu entry, the menu entry is ended explicitly with the end menu keyword. End menu. Okay. So just grouping them together. How about choice? Config. Config entry is used to define the configuration option, is probably most used entry in the kconfig language. Type. Like, looks like they would show this somewhere in an example, but they don't. And optional at most one, optional multiple times. Okay, choice entry. The choice entry is used to define exclusive choice between several configs. These configs need to be defined in the body of choice. Has the same options as config. The choice entry has the same options as config, except for type option, which is always bool. Not necessary to define this. Choice name, choice options, entries. There are no entries, just config. The config entries should contain only config entries as its sub-entries. Choice is allowed to contain other entries such as menu. Okay, so choice drive in use. Choose drive type. So it will assign Y to only one of them. Where is this SDK config default? So yeah, this should be Y. This can be 8, I guess. Then LED strip, this should be N. Depends on. This is not needed. Config GPIO, default 8. Blink period. $1,000. Okay, so I guess I can create a new project. This would be ESP IDF blink. PIO. Successfully initialized. And let's see, blink. I will copy this config. Platform IO ini, this is correct. Source. Main. Let's copy all of that. And do I need anything else? Nothing from here. How about this? Also nothing from here. Okay, let's try to first turn on the platform IO and build this. LED strip, not search file or directory. Why do I need LED strip? Oh, it is the at the top in here. LED strip. Where am I supposed to get this from? It's not in here. Not in here. Dependencies, expressive LED strip. Do I need this? I don't know, maybe I'm supposed to define this in here. Yeah, still doesn't exist. ESP IDF platform forum IO platform IO dependencies. Dependencies. Okay, I can spell. Whatever. Wait, here. Dependency. Here. C's. Now this is spelled correctly. Okay, expressive framework, depth, dependencies, component register. By default, platform IO expects source files to be located in the source folder. At the same time, default location for source files within ISP IDF build system. Okay, next. Is there a Blink example? ESP-IDF, Arduino Blink. Okay, platform IO. It's not including anything in here. And also, how does that work? Both frameworks? This is also not including anything. Huh. What could be including something? Maybe it's the same syntax as with Arduino. So LED strip H, expressive LED strip. Actually, is this maybe on the registry? Let's see, platform IO. No. I think I will just remove this. Remove this and this. If defines config LED strip. What is this? Config blink GPIO. What? It should be defined. Oh, and in defaults in here. Config blink GPIO. Platform IO ESP32 SDK config defaults. How to do it? How to use this? Is this with platform? No. Maybe I have to like reinitialize or something? Something like this? No, still doesn't work. LTD or blink, NECA. There is no blink in here. Yeah, this is for platform IO examples. Where is this blinking blink SRC? This wasn't the one. There was some example with this kconfig file. Like here maybe? Okay, kconfig project built. Can I actually use this with platform IO? This would go into source and this won't be needed. It doesn't seem to do anything anyway. Copy. What are the other options? Initialize ports, monitor, clean maybe? Oh, I did have to do clean. Okay. And does this file contain it now? Blink LED GPIO. Okay, so this is correct. And then which GPIO is the LED on? And this was ESP32-C6 shell. Getting started. Something about LED. User LED. Failed LED. Orange LED. Blinking. What is the LED built in? Oh, I can check this in Arduino. Let's remove this, or get rid of this, kind of. Examples. No? Okay. Here. Somewhere. LED built in. What is this? Define LED built-in, LED built-in. What? Like what is the value? Can I go into this? Arduino packages, ESP, hardware, maybe, variants, this, Arduino pins, LED built-in, 15. Okay, so here defaults, this is supposed to be 15, I think. What is this? 0, 1, 2, 21, 16, and here 17, 7, 6, 5, 4. Okay, so maybe it is high level device switches external antenna. Maybe it is on the GPIO 15. So that would be fine. Clean, build. And this is probably terrible. Now it's at 50 something. And now it's at 20 something. So yeah, it wouldn't last the entire stream. And it is warm. Okay, success. Let's try to plug that in. And upload. This is not the correct port. Port. Ini. This was upload port. Upload port. Dev TTY ACN0. No. Oh, maybe it's busy because of Arduino. Now it's better. And it's not blinking. What if I change this manually to 15? Blink GPIO. Now it's blinking. So it's not very good. Defaults. In defaults, this is 15. How about this one? This is still 8. And it shouldn't be 8. How to enforce it? To read the configuration? Maybe now? Still 8. Yeah, sure. And not indexed. Okay. Platform IO, II, IC, IB, Do you mind if I ask what OS you're writing on, please? Like on the computer? I assume. What's the OS on my computer? This is Fedora Linux with Hyperland as a desktop. Well, not really desktop environment, as a window manager. And the text editor is Emacs. And some people would consider Emacs to be the operating system. Okay, here. This is still 8. I have no idea how to make this, like regenerate this config. Yeah, the computer, because I guess this microcontroller is running FreeRTOS, from what I understand. So this could be technically considered an operating system. And also the configuration of my PC is linked in the description. There is a script or a bunch of scripts on my GitLab. FreeRTOS. Yeah. How to regenerate that? We'll generate this. Closed as not planned. Okay, what if I... So it won't actually regenerate that. What if I remove this? Will that break everything? B? And it is blinking, so that's good. Okay, so this is not very long. Configure LED. What is configure LED? GPIO reset pin. Set direction, GPIO mode output. I hope that there definitely should be GPIO, like some kind of input pull up, because if it is possible in Arduino, it is a hardware feature. So yeah, set direction. Set direction. LED state. This is just a number. Is there no booleans? Because looks like this is used as a boolean. Blink LED. What is blink? Set level as LED state. So yeah, that doesn't seem too terrible. LED state. and then delay, blink config period, tick period, milliseconds. Okay, so it seems like kind of understandable. So I want to define an array of those buttons. How did I connect the buttons? It was here. This. Okay, first one is analog input, so this is measuring the battery. Then 1, 2, 1, 2, 20, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Wait, what? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. 1, 2, 21, 22, 23, and 18. One, two, this 21, 22, 23, and 18. This will be static const U and 8T. Buttons, button pins. Is that the proper syntax? Button pins. And then I guess I have to do GPIO reset pin for each of them. Uh, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And this would be button pins, and LSP still doesn't work in here. 0. And then GPIO set direction. Two, 3, 4, 5, 6. Wait. Here. This would be button pins. And then mode. Where can I find modes? Now I can actually use the reference, not this. What is this? Okay, API reference. GPIO mode output. Let's look for that. What is this? Oh. Chat. Thank you. Mod output, mod input, open drain. And pull up, looks like I have to define separately. Input. Okay, so this was quite intuitive. I probably didn't really, actually not completely intuitive, because this has to be, wait, pull up. Okay, so this is probably used by a different function. How to use this documentation? Where are functions? GPIO. First of all, this will be input. Let's look for this thing. Set direction. Set level. RTC, GPIO pull-up. RTC. Oh, right, this is RTC. Direction, it's GPIO direction. Input enable, this is a separate function. Enable input for I/O. Like, does it do the same thing? Note, this function always overrides the current modes. Enable input for I/O. And also, if this function always overrides all the current modes, then what does reset pin do? You reset to a certain state. Enable pull-up. Select the GPIO function, enable pull-up, disable input output. Okay. Enable pull-up. So pull-up is already enabled. I will enable it anyway. GPIO pull-up enable. Let's copy that. And paste this in here. Two, three, four, five, six. Actually, I could just do like here. I could just do 5p. So this insert this paste 5 times. But I don't know. Like, I never use those use the numbers with the motions. GPIO pull-up. And then how to actually read this. You could do a loop. Yeah, I guess. there isn't even really any advantage to a loop in here. It would just squeeze it a bit in terms of the size in the source code. And I don't think it's that big. Okay, I guess. For and this would be 6. And then I want this, and this. I think this. I don't know if this is if the reset is actually required here, and switch all of the zeros to i's. Don't listen to me, I was just being silly. I mean, it does kind of look a bit better without this big block. Pull down disable, pull down enable. Okay, so how to actually read something? Is there something like read? Inputs, reads, read. No. What was that? What was that blinking? Set level. Maybe get level? Get level. Okay, GPIO get level. This. And the GPIO number. Get level, yeah, I figured. Get level. And then where do I want to put this? In here. And this, I assume, is returning just true or false. Or get level 1, 0 or 1. So maybe another loop for at least four works. I guess this is not dependent on on LSP. 6, and this will go in here. Button pins I. And to quickly check that, let's just do if this, then no, if this is equal to 0. If this is equal to 0, then set level GPIO set level to 0. GPIO, set level of blink GPIO, blink GPIO to 0, and else set this to 1, or maybe 1 and 0, I'm not sure which one causes the LED to turn on. Blink GPIO. Okay, and then I don't actually want to do this, or even this. Low turns it on, okay. So this should be correct then. Okay, that should be all to test the buttons, I think. Does this compile? What is this? Blink LED. Oh, unused, okay. That's fine. Oh, right. I didn't notice. Into the while. So now, if I press the button, oh, this one doesn't work. This one also doesn't work. Oh, right. I didn't really think about this. I definitely didn't think this. Didn't think about this very well. Let's remove this loop and just do button pins, each one separately, I guess, because I have only one built-in LED. Oh, now this one works. Okay, I think I messed something up with the order of this. One. Oh, I see. Here. So yeah, it was something weird. Let's see this again. It was like 3, 10, 4. I need a piece of paper. And maybe some like writing device. Here, a pencil. It was, I think, 3, 10, 4, 1, 5, 2, and that's it. So the corresponding pins would be 21, 21, this is 18, 18, 4 is 22, 1 is 1, 5 is 23, and 2 is 2. So I think this is the correct order. Let's close this, pins. That still doesn't exactly work. Let's try this out. Inside this, 21, 18, 22, 1, 23, 2. I feel like I'm like dictating the numbers for some lottery. Okay. Now I have to check them one by one. 2. At least it doesn't recompile everything. So it should be this one. No, this one. Oh, right. I'm just holding it upside down. Then 3. And this is also working. 4. You could turn off the LED at top of the while loop, then allow any of the inputs to turn it on. Yeah, I guess. So, like, I think it would be kind of lower in density because the yeah, I think it definitely would be lower in density because it would spend more time turned off than turned on, because like I expect that this thing get level takes some time, so it's turning it off and then checking the level and turning it on and then turning it off back again immediately. It should still I guess it should still shine a bit, but I'm already at 4, so I can just continue like that. This was this one, yeah. And then I also want to check the 0, because I didn't check the 0. Okay, this is also working. And now I'm curious about this. Like, how would that behave? Yeah, copy this, paste in here. Five P. Oh no, this wasn't very good. Okay, 5. How would that work? Okay, I guess it does shine normally, and it is kind of it is understandable now that I think a bit more about this, because it turns off for a bit and then checks the level 6 times, so it does actually spend more time in this loop and this and the on state. And I expect if I do this, it will be dimmer. Maybe it is. I can't really tell. Anyway, let's do. So this works, and that means I can do actual code. This is of course not needed. Yeah, let's try to use Zigbee in here. Blink. Should I move Zigbee into here or this into Zigbee? I guess this into Zigbee. Like somewhere in here. Zigbee IDF. Blink this one. This should have example. There is no name for this example. Zigbee sleepy and device example. Okay. So this should implement light sleep. Light sleep enable. Light state. And good jobs having to figure out which DX pin is mapped to which GPIO stuff. No, not really. It was just written in here. Like here. GPIO 0, 1, 2, and so on. I think it's usually on this kind of diagrams. It's usually available. So yeah, now I have to modify this, because what this is actually doing, like it's sleeping, of course, but what is it actually sending? Would be defined in platform IO here. This is for Arduino. I don't know if there is a definition like that. Maybe. This would be local share platform IO packages and ESP ADF. Components. I think these are like libraries, examples, tools maybe. Or maybe this is in platforms. No, maybe not in platforms. Or maybe this would be ESP32-C6. So this one. Okay, so this has nothing. So yeah, only this thing. What else is in here? SDK config. Is there anything like no, there will be a lot of occurrences of GPIO. Maybe ESP32-C6. That's also a lot of occurrences. Pin. Okay, I don't think I will find this that way. Driver? No. I don't know if something like that is defined in here. Maybe they consider this just useless. I'm derailing you, it's not important. Oh, it's fine. I'm just curious. It's better to be derailed and having someone to talk to than just having like everything completely empty, completely silent. If I really didn't want to be derailed, then I wouldn't be streaming. Okay, defined in this, define Zigbee role in menu config. IDF components. Okay, so I will probably have to look into this. ESP IDF examples, and this was sleep, something with sleep, Zigbee. Maybe it wasn't in here. Zigbee gateway. Yeah, maybe it wasn't in here. Maybe it was in here. Components, examples. Zigbee sleep, light sleep. Okay, in here. This. Define Zigbee role in menu config. I assume it's correctly defined by default. How many lines? There's a lot of lines in here. And yeah, what is it actually doing apart from sleeping? ESP HA standard, switch driver, buttons handler. Is there some kind of what was that? So light sleep, not this. README. Example demonstrates how to configure Zigbee and device in this in light sleep mode. It doesn't actually say what it's doing. When program starts. Okay, application functions. So it does say what it's doing. When the program starts, board will attempt to detect available Zigbee networks every 1 second until when it's found. Keyboard. It acts if the board on a network. If the board on a network, it acts as a Zigbee and device with home automation on-off light function. Okay, so it functions as a normal light. Pressing boot will also wake up the board. Okay, maybe I will copy this README. Copy to this file, this folder. And let's see, source this. So it's acting as a light bulb or a light. Some sort of state. No. Lights, or actually light state. Zigbee attribute handler. Light state. Message attribute data. Is there a documentation for that? For just not this. Too many layers. For just ESP32-C6 Zigbee. For just using Zigbee in general, not any kind of specific endpoint. I think they are called endpoints. Just like how this is structured. Clusters. Okay, let's look into this. This would be light, luminance, on off maybe. There is no light, so let's look into on off. Enumerations, and that's it. What's happening? I can't zoom in. Oh, okay. Introduction, APK, SDK, I mean. This is a pretty terrible introduction. There is no simple stuff in here. Okay, this will be on-off light. Light driver. What is light driver? LED strip. Driver in it. Okay, so this is just modifying brightness of LED strip. How many lines? 150. Okay, what is in here? The third driver in it. ESP Zigbee up signal handler. Okay, main up main. ESP Zigbee platform config. Radio config, host config. Where is it defined? And one of those, like what were they called? SDK config files? So yeah, this is some configuration of the ESP. This is, I don't know what, ESP platform config. And then ESP Zigbee task. ESP Zigbee platform config. Platform config. Can I click on this? There is nothing else in here. Okay, so I guess this is some built-in function. ESP Zigbee task in here. Okay, some config, initialize, Zigbee on-off light config. Is all of that something I can read in the documentation? Like clearly stated in the documentation? Attribute API, cluster. What is attribute API? Just some general stuff. On off, right? On off. No? Let's see in here. So this was, what did I want to check? This. Default on off light config. Is it something I can find in here? Clipboard empty? What? Okay, standard API. Standard API. Device predefined functions. This documentation is quite bad compared to the equivalent for Arduino. Like, where is the one for Arduino? Here. Like, this was much more understandable. Where is that? This would be light or on off, Zigbee light. Like, this documentation is much more understandable, and it also includes the example the implementations. I wish there was also some example of using light sleep, because that's something like that's the fact that I can't figure it out is the reason why I'm trying to use this ESP IDF. Okay, I was reading this, something in here. Functions, ESP, Zigbee on cluster create. Okay. Switch cluster create. Is there on-off light cluster create? Where would that be? Task ESP on-off light config. On-off light EP create. EP. So endpoint, clusters, EP, ESP Zigbee on-off light EP create. Okay. HA ESP light endpoint. Endpoint, specific endpoint. And is it also just a number as like an Arduino? Is it defined somewhere in here? Endpoint and point. ESP light endpoint. Maybe it's defined in SDK defaults. Endpoint. No. Okay, where was I? Handler task here. Light config. This is the light config. On off config. Light endpoint. Okay. Zigbee reference is here. Also, light sleep is covered. IL. Yeah, it is covered, but it's not covered very well. Like, it's not really. It doesn't really say to me. I was reading this multiple times, and it doesn't really say how to use this in Arduino. There is an example, like this is the example of using light sleep with Zigbee, but this is in this ESP IDF, and it's not really one-to-one. Agree, documentation. is not very good at all. Yeah, like the documentation for the Arduino library is better, a bit better, a bit more understandable. Yeah, I don't really have this anymore. Where was that? Zigbee in here. And this is a bit more understandable. It still wasn't like super easy to get everything, but it is easy. It is much easier to work with, to figure stuff from this. But there is only like not even in here, but somewhere I think on GitHub there is an example of using Zigbee with deep sleep, and I can't use deep sleep for that application for two reasons. One reason is that you can wake up the device, the microcontroller. The microcontroller, you can wake it up from a specific from couple specific pins, RTC pins, and they are like 4 of them, I think, or something like that. And I have 6 buttons in here, so I wouldn't be able to wake up the device by pressing like whichever button. So that's one of the reasons why I can't really use deep sleep. I could kind of solve this by using different buttons, by using like 2 double throw buttons, and they would just connect one pair of switches would connect to like their designated pins, and one pair would connect just to this specific wake up pin. So this would kind of solve this problem, but then there is also another problem, bigger problem, is the fact that like waking up from deep sleep is slow, very slow, because it has to basically reinitialize the entire Zigbee, and it takes like I don't know, a second, or maybe even more than a second. So that would make this remote controller really unresponsive, really unresponsive, and I don't really want to use something like that, to have something like that. Like right now, my current implementation in here, like this implementation was super quick. I could press the button and it would immediately display on the Zigbee to MQTT in here. It would immediately give the state of the button, but yeah, without any sort of sleep, because like I can't use deep sleep and Okay, so I was doing a lot of talking, and I was saying that right now I'm streaming for almost 5 hours, and then I thought that if it's 5 hours, then my microphone is probably not working anymore because the battery drained. So yeah, I did all of that talking, and I was silent. So anyway, I couldn't manage to get the light sleep to work properly on the Arduino with the Arduino framework, because like it could go to sleep the microcontroller could go to sleep, but after it woke up, the Zigbee didn't work anymore. So like I just couldn't use light sleep at all, and there is an example with deep sleep for Arduino framework, and that I also can't use because it's too slow. It's too slow to wake up because you have to reinitialize Zigbee, and that would make the remote controller very unresponsive, and also it could be woken up only through couple specific pins, through RTC pins, and I have too many buttons for that. That could be kind of solved by using different buttons, but I don't think it's worth it. So now I'm trying to learn how to use the ESP IDF, because it does actually have the example of using light sleep. Sleepy and device example. It is actually using light sleep. So I expect this would work, like actually work properly. And yeah, how to use that. What was I looking at? Okay, Zigbee. Also, I opened those websites and I don't think I actually looked at them. What is this? Oh, Zigbee binary. Okay. Power management. And I think this is what you linked to. That. Just to double check. This would be LKD. I think I feel like I had this already opened, but the links are not purple, so I'm confused. Like maybe this one is generic ESP, and the other one was specific. I'm lost in here. What is this? Platform IO. I don't need that. I don't need that anymore because it's not even linked. What is this? Attribute cluster. Yeah, looks like the same thing. So yeah, in here. And what's the other side? This. HA, ESP, and light endpoint. Is this something that is defined to the entire library or entire platform? Okay, no results in here. And does it actually compile? Platform IO. Okay, it does compile. I really wish LSP was working, but instead I have this message, error, language server not indexed, and it's only the case for ESP32-C6. If I change the board, it is working. Like even if I look at some other project in here, let's say this. This is using 32, like this one. This project was using this microcontroller, Wemos D1 Mini on ESP32, and it does work. Like LSP in here works properly, and for some reason on C6 it just doesn't. It's not indexed, and I don't even know what it means. LSP log. Okay, this is useless. C6. Initialize successfully. Log. LSP log. Okay, does it say anything in here that it has problems? Controller. I don't know. Sam grep LSP not present on path. Sam grep LSP. What is Sam grep? Is this something available? Search Sam grep available in the repositories. Whatever. Okay, so it just doesn't work and I can't do anything about this. So ESP light create manufacturer, ESP manufacturer name, model and identifier. I still want to know where this is defined. Dependencies. Not in here. This doesn't have anything interesting. Config IDF target. Task ESP manufacturer name, ESP model identifier. Invalid request. How about messages? Invalid request. So that's all that it's saying. LSP. Yeah, there is nothing else in here. There is no manufacturer in here. Manufacturer name, ESP model identifier. This is just a mystery. Unless this is also defined somewhere within the framework itself. Same as maybe the same with HA ESP light endpoint. Oh wait, I realized that there is .h file, main.h. Okay, this explains a lot. ESP light endpoint, so 10 as usual. Default radio, default host, host connection not known. Okay, that's fine. I don't understand this. What is this? Actually, yeah. This is 9. Oh, 9. Horizontal tab. And 07. Bell? Bell? What does it even mean? ASCII bell. Bell character. Used to trigger an audible or visual signal in terminals. And it's in the model identifier? Am I supposed to just leave that? Like, is this part important or something? Main manufacturer. This is info. ZCL utility at EP basic manufacturer info. So this is adding, I assume, adding to this ESP Zigbee on off light endpoint with this number, and info is that. Let's try to look for that. I hate the fact that that when I press well, and what? Not available in here. I hate the fact that when I press GG, it only goes up this part of the page and not this one, because like this is the part I want to have visible. ZCL utility, ZCL API, utility. Where's utility? Utility. There's no utility in here. Common maybe? Get attribute. No, doesn't look like it. Or maybe Zigbee ZCL common frame no utility. How about just looking for ZCL utility? This is not very helpful. Command API. Commissioning? What is commissioning? Unions? No. Is there some kind of basic? I was saying, is there some kind of basic, ZCL basic? Model identifier? These are macros. Enumerations, and that's it. Type definitions. So this is what I want to use, the ZCL binary input, I think, or maybe in here. Standard. Nope, definitely ZCL. ZCL binary input, I think, maybe not. Actually I don't know. Create. Like if I create something, EP, cluster API, endpoint API. Set manufacturer attributes. Endpoint, cluster ID, cluster role. So there is nothing like this in here in the documentation. ZCL utility at EP basic manufacturer info. ESP Zigbee device register. That seems familiar. Zigbee device. Where can I find the Zigbee device? Developing with Zigbee SDK. Custom cluster. Group. Yeah, let's try this. Node endpoints. Within each node are endpoints. Clusters defined by 16-bit identifier are application objects. An endpoint can have multiple clusters. Okay, so this is for creating the endpoint. Not really object, because this is C, not C++, but some kind of endpoint structure. Which one was that? Create to this, yeah, some kind of structure, list structure. Model data, model data basic clusters, ZCL version, power source. Okay. Attribute callback. Device add set attribute value. Value callback. Zigbee stack configuring and starting. In this example, Zigbee and device is configured to have HA on-off light, ESP32-C6 config, Zigbee Z config. What is this? It's not clickable. See this. Zigbee device configuration. Yeah, there was a lot to see. See this definition in API reference chapter below. Like, really? This is all? What is that? Like a Zigbee and device? ESP, Zigbee and device config. Zigbee config. Initialize Zigbee stack by using Zigbee init. And start by using start. Main loop of Zigbee stack by using main loop iteration. After this is running. Okay. ZCL commands. How to actually send stuff. like for example with a switch, how to send some data. How to send a command of switching. ZCL commands. On off toggle command. ESP32-C6 buttons handler. Create on off toggle command. On off command request. Send on off command. Pointer to the on off command. On off command structure. Basic command address mode. APS addressing mode. A lot of complicated stuff. Okay, so button function. If function switch on off toggle control. Command request. What is command request? Destination address. On off light short address. This is also destination, I assume. On off light endpoint. ESP Zigbee on off command request. Command request. Command request. This seems complicated. Zigbee buttons handler. Is it also done in here like that? There was some kind of handler. Zigbee action handler. Action callback, callback ID. Received action. Zigbee attribute handler. Attribute handler in here. This gets message. Receive this. If message info destination endpoint equals this endpoint, then info cluster, Zigbee cluster, ID on off. Message info cluster, cluster ID on off. Attribute ID, ESP Zigbee attribute on off, attribute on off on, no, this is not a space, attribute on off ID, what? Message attribute data type. Looks like there is a lot of complicated stuff in that message. What is this message? Set attribute value message. Let's look for that. Till space. Actually, open another one, and in here copy this again, paste, and I will have to end the stream pretty soon, in a couple of minutes. ZCL command API attribute value. Info and attribute. And what was that? Attribute data, attribute. Let's look at attribute. ID, data. Why can't there be like an entire structure with nesting and all that? I don't want to click through every single one of those. And now I'm lost. It was this one? Size, value, type. Okay, so there is stuff in here. Attribute data value, no message, value light state, on off. Wait, what? Oh, if this is true. I don't understand that. Like, if it's true, if the new value is true, then set it to true, and if it's not, then keep the previous state. So it can only set it to true. The light will be always on. Light set to light state on off. Okay, and that's the time to end the stream. So I guess I will continue that tomorrow. I will continue to trying to figure out all of that. How to use, well, now how to use Zigbee on the ESP IDF, and then after that how to use light sleep. Or maybe I will try to do both of them at once. I don't know. But for now, that's it. And see you tomorrow at the same time, at like around well, not really, around 12:30 UTC, because I'm always late, so probably an hour later. You know, the same time as always. So yeah, that's it for today, and see you tomorrow. Bye.